Will Niskanen from Finland. For the jury, we have Johan Smith from South Africa.
To the IPF World Championships live in Istanbul, Turkey. I'm Ryan Six-Pack Lapidat, and today we have the sub-junior and junior men's 93 kilo class. A look at the running order of the sub-juniors. Some of the world's best 93s, 18 and under. And as we prep for the platform, I'll take this time to give a quick shout out to our sponsors, Alico, whom's equipment we've been using the entire duration of the World Championships, as well as SBD, sponsor of several of the biggest stars and national teams, as well as holding Sheffield, powerlifting's biggest prize, March 2023. You're going to want to pay attention to potential wild card announcements that are to follow, as well as when tickets go on sale. The first flight is going to be the sub-juniors. The second flight will be the juniors. Taking it to the platform here, where Kotaro from Japan, 160 kilos.
Very quick. Sorry. No,
I suspected that might have been a stitch high. Kind of got off to the wrong start here.
Let's lift up from South Africa. The bar is loaded for you. Jean-Pierre Blum, South Africa. Let's lift up from Japan.
Next lifter, Jean-Pierre from South Africa. $165 kilos. Makes easy work of it.
Good lift. Let's lift up from Japan.
3 white lights.
The bar is loaded for you.
And I'm accompanied in the booth by Amelia Potter from Potter Thinks, working with the several athletes, but also the British national team, sports psychologist.
Nice to be back, Ryan. Hello.
Thank you for joining me. We got the sub-junior 93s and 93s in the juniors.
I think we're going to see some big numbers all around here.
170, Mitsuoka of Japan.
Good lift. 3 white line. Next lifter, South Africa.
And it's good.
Rico Baden.
That depth is on point, and holy smokes, he never has any breakdown in form. I
Bar
guess
is
it
loaded for you.
is openers.
170 kilos.
That's
South
exactly what you're
Africa.
going to see from an opener. It moves so smoothly.
Next lifter, Mexico.
Philip Koetser of South Africa, 170 for his opening squat. Oh, that was deep.
No question of depth there, was there?
Yeah.
3 white line. Yes, good day for you.
And he's got a high bar, very much upright.
Yeah. When you squat that deep so regularly, you know, you have confidence across all three there.
Axel of Mexico. $185 kilos for his opening squat. And Mexico has a pretty big team at these World Championships. And I seem to bump into him everywhere at the hotel. Friendly group of guys and girls.
Repping the hamburger in his singlet there.
They want him a little more upright before he gets that squat command. He does have 24 seconds. Should be enough time.
I think he's still a little lent over there.
He's got it.
I think he might have to come back on his second too.
Yeah. I don't know. He's got to drop his elbows to allow himself to be more upright. There, that's better. Not better enough. His elbows are so far back, so it pitches him slightly forward. He's trying to create a shelf. He has it very far down on his back, so he creates a shelf with his shoulder blades. But he's going to have to do some retooling and adjustment. Maybe go to the back, grab a barbell.
Yeah, have a bit of a practice, absolutely. And, you know, when you're so used to squatting like that, it is hard to get out of that routine.
And Julius Lankila of Finland, 215 for his opening squat. And 215 looks good.
Sorry, it also looks like we've got a French lifter opening at 267.5, where the current world record for the sub-juniors is 273. So I think we might see an attempt there.
Oh, wow, something to look forward to. And Team France absolutely gaining so much steam in the powerlifting community in general, but some of these juniors.
Absolutely.
And Jingyi Lo of Singapore, 217.5.
Oh, it was definitely quick. I did think perhaps it might have cut depth a tiny bit from this side, but you never know, considering.
I could tell by the way you say, well, it was definitely quick.
I didn't want to say anything too quickly there. Sometimes, you know, our side, it looks high and it is absolutely fine. So I wanted to hold my tongue there.
See, I'm used to working with Gavin this week, and you threw me off by holding your tongue. Finley Jones of Great Britain, 220 on the board. And we've had 7 lifters, 3 misses.
Hopefully these sub-juniors can come back and, you know, put it back on the board like we were saying before, get that confidence and hopefully push that through to the rest of the lifts as well.
You know, if you're a sub-junior at the IPF World, you're already going to be a little bit nervous.
Absolutely. And, you know, we've seen people who have, in the sub-junior, who've competed less than a year, and then some veterans of 5 or 6 years already.
Mehmet, 220. Wow, hits that with authority. Look at the pop. Ah, stitch high. Let's look at this depth. That's about on the line, but look at the pop at the top.
Yeah, strength is definitely there.
100%.
The bar is ready for you.
And Hanula of Finland, 230 kilos. Makes easy work of it and looks like depth to me.
Yeah. Broke the curse of the sea of red there.
Yeah, it's still 4 failures is quite a bit in opening round. Most of them depth, if not all. Jordy Van, I have my notes here, from the Netherlands, 240.
All the lifters who failed their first have kept to the same weight, which I think is, you know, the sensible decision.
Particularly with the sub-junior. He's already going to be a little nervous. No need to add on more pressure. Missed the first on depth, missed the next on strength. Wow. Jordy makes easy work of that.
Yeah, I didn't want to speak too quickly, but that definitely looked very, very deep. With the shoelaces to match.
Yeah, color coordination points. Malik from France, 267.5. That's a big young lad.
And that looked like a good lift.
3 whites.
The range of strength here in the sub-junior 93 is phenomenal.
Quick peek. So far, it's only been 1 round, but as Amelia had pointed out, Malik of France with a 267.5 kilo squat, and you see the ease in which he hit that, treated it like a proper opener, and the world record is 273.5. Harada, once again taking 160.
It did look like he sunk it deep at that time. And there we go. He's got a squat on the board.
Next lifter from South Africa, Jean-Pierre Blum. The bar is ready for you.
Jean-Pierre Blum of South Africa, 180 kilos for his second attempt, 15 kilo jump. Previous personal best, 172.5. And the South Africans have a style of coaching where they yell at the lifters as they're lifting.
Next lifter from Japan. The bar is ready for Joe, Japan.
And the French lifter has put in 275, which looks like he hasn't chosen to take a chip either.
Which is bizarre, and Team France very rarely makes mistakes. And in no circumstances that I could see is going past a chip, not taking a chip, a mistake. You always take a chip.
I assume they're pretty confident, perhaps, in his third.
Mitsuoka, 180 for his second 10-kilo jump. A little bit of work there. 10-kilo increase from the opener.
Okay, they watch one for you. Next lifter from South Africa. Philippe Kotzer, the bar is loading for you.
Philip Kotzer of South Africa, 182.5 kilos. 10-kilo personal best. Three white lights and it looks good.
Mexico, Axel. The bar is loading for you.
And
He lost the first attempt.
Axel Ibarra, 185, struggled to get the start command. A little too pitched forward. Let's see if he made any adjustments. That looks better to me.
Yeah,
All he's doing is,
he definitely is trying, but the refs don't seem happy enough with it.
to my eye, that's improved. There we go. Depth, no question.
There we go.
Nicely done.
Yes, good to watch. Good
Wow,
play.
did he get a call on depth?
Good to watch.
I'm sure he's happy just to get that number on the board at this point.
The bar is
Or the
loading for
upright.
you, Singapore. Ying Lao. It was the same for Mexico. He lost the first attempt. If I remember, not good
Jing
enough.
Yi Lo of Singapore, 217.5.
Next lifter from Belgium.
I believe he missed this on depth also last time. It's definitely moving well. But the referees still quite aren't happy with that.
Let's take a look at the replay.
Lifter from Belgium. The bar is
On
loading
the
for
line.
you.
It definitely is on the line. Just might have to sink it that little bit deeper next time.
He needs his lift.
Mehmet, 220, missed this on his opener, depth as well.
That appeared a lot deeper than his opener.
Referee. Yes.
Three white lights, the judges agree.
It was.
Next lifter from Finland.
Seen the replay.
Julius Lasila.
Yeah. Leaves no doubt with depth in the second round.
The jury overruled.
Now the refs know that they can get that deep. They're definitely gonna be looking for it.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
But the jury decide good lift for Singapore.
Now we're all on the same page and you know what we're looking for.
For Finland.
And
Julius
Lankila
Singapore
of
good
Finland,
lift, yes.
225 for his second attempt, 10-kilo jump.
Next lifter from Great Britain.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Sticking point.
Did not go down though, didn't look like it.
3 whites, the judges agree.
Excellent, and it looks like that's considerably above his current squat PB of 185 kilos.
Look at this dip into the hole in the pause.
He's just pausing to show off.
Second round, we do pause squats, no?
Yeah. Then tempo.
Yeah, third round's tempoed. Well, some of them will start tempoing when it gets heavy, believe me. Finley Jones, or Jones Finley, sorry, 230. 10 kilo jump. Makes relatively easy work of it. 10 kilo personal best as well.
It's a good lift. He still looks like he's got considerable amount left there in him.
240 kilos, the bar is ready for you.
Only 17 years old and competing for 1 year.
Hanula in Finland, 240, and yeah. 2-1, it's good. It's got to be, at times, a stitch overwhelming. You got to keep your eyes on the prize when you're out there. 17 years old, traveling to other parts of the world.
It's definitely a lot to take in.
A true global event. Jordy of the Netherlands, 257.5 for his second attempt, 17.5 kilo jump. Well under his personal best. And that was smooth.
Next lifter from France, 275 kilos. It is an attempt for a world sub-junior record. World sub-junior record attempt. And the bar is ready, come on! Come on, Malik from France.
.275. Malik taking that world record of 273.5.
He looks confident with it on his back. He looks happy with it.
I'll give Team France this. They loaded the appropriate weight for their lifter to hit, and you had mentioned he's so far in the lead. The chip is unlikely to ever be at play regardless. I don't see anybody catching up. He's in the projected got a 50 kilo lead already.
I would definitely be interested to see what he's putting in for his third there now. He's already broken the world record.
What do you think with how that moved?
I think maybe conservative 5 to 7.5 perhaps, but
Let's take a chip. How about 5.5?
they didn't take the chip last time. We'll see.
You're staying with the strategy?
Yeah, Team France.
180. Harada.
Looks like they did take the chip.
There we go. And Harada of Japan jumped 20 kilo and gets it. So I'm assuming 160 was the planned opener, retook it, and jumped to the planned third as opposed to anything in the middle. Or something close to that effect. Jean-Pierre Blum, 185, well into PR territory.
Age 16.
Yeah. Yeah, he's young. Traveling from South Africa. Wow, depth. Oh, but it's
He worked for
a
it.
fight to get through.
5, I think, definitely was the right call from the coaches there.
Yeah, I know. Another 2.5 kilo probably would have been too much.
The bar is ready for you. Come on, Philippe.
Philip Coetzee, back-to-back team South Africa, 190 for his third and final squat, 7.5 kilo jump. And coming into the competition, 172.5 was his previous personal best. We are well beyond that. Whoa,
Oh, got past that sticking point.
he fought past it.
Good lead.
3 whites. Again, probably good attempt selection.
Go, Axel, Ghana. 200 kilo.
It's so important when you get to that sticking point to not let the bar drop. You know, keep it moving up.
Now, interesting to see how young Axel handles the unrack. Did not get the start command in his opener. Struggled to even get in on a second, really.
Much
does look better.
faster there, yeah. Well, the strength is definitely there.
Sorry, no lift.
And let's take a look.
Lift there from Japan. The bar is ready for you. Taseli Mitswoka.
Ah, okay.
The bar is ready.
No doubt we'll see some big things from him in the future. He clearly has a lot of strength.
Next lifter, Singapore.
200 kilo Mitsuoka of Japan, 20 kilo jump. Nice catch
Here's the spotter.
by the spotters and loaders.
Next lifter from Singapore. The bar is ready for you.
And 227.5 loaded for low.
127.5 kilo.
Is that your partner handling him?
It is, yeah. I believe his business partner, JJ, coaches him, and he's the only member of Team Singapore here at the championships.
Gotcha.
Seemed like the deepest one yet. And the refs seem happy with it.
2-1, it's good.
Next lifter from Finland. Julius Lankila. 230 kilo.
Yeah, just nudges past parallel.
Ready for you. Come on, Julius.
Lankila from Finland, 230 kilos for his third and final squat.
Just a 5 kilo jump there. He is amped up and ready to go.
Oh my goodness. Is he going to make it? Oh my God.
That was a great fight for it.
That was a good fight.
Couldn't have asked for much more. He seems happy. He knows he's done the work.
Pretty impressive.
The bar is ready for you.
See, he
Come on, Mehmet.
just doesn't give up on it.
until he stays stationary for a little while and then he put the work in.
Eventually, gravity won. Mehmet had to take 2 swings at 220, 232.5. This will equal his previous personal bets.
He worked for it, but didn't stop moving.
Nicely done. Met this lad this summer at the Silent Worker meet. He told me to look out for him at the juniors, and here we are.
Here we are. Did you look?
What's that?
Did you look?
I noticed. I noticed
Here
though.
he is.
Finley Jones, 240, 10-kilo jump. Coming into the event, 220 was his previous PR. Depth is good, but
I think the bar might have just rolled forwards a bit on his shoulders there.
Next lifter from Finland.
yeah. Oh, wow. That rolled right up his back.
It's very, very hard to maintain the squat when, you know, the bar does that.
Hanula from Finland, 252.5.
Maybe a bit too much of a jump there for them.
12.5 kilos.
A larger jump than it was from his first to his second.
Yeah, you don't often see that. Usually you get an easy one on the board, take a rather big jump, and then start nudging away.
I believe he'll still walk away with the squat bronze with his second attempt there.
Jordy from the Netherlands. We have a sub-junior squat world record, 275.5 kilos. And he is all types of fired up for this one.
Team Belgium showing up in abundance. Netherlands. A valiant effort.
Yeah, perhaps if he had gotten to that squat world record before Team France did, would have been a few kilo lower, might have been manageable. Speaking of Malik of France, 282.
Deciding to take the chip this time.
Thing is, the next jump up is 282.5, so it's not really forcing your opponents to, but it is what it is. Wow, this lad is strong.
That French resilience, keep pushing through and grinding.
Yeah, he's 18 years old. He's a high school kid.
Crazy. Broke the record twice today for Malik.
This is the squats. Oh, this is actually... So I believe we are moving into the junior 93 flight 1 of 2.
Okay, now we start.
I believe we have 2 flights of 8 for the junior 93s here.
Tunisia. Tunisia. It was the first time Tunisia participated at the World Championship. Welcome, Tunisia.
So we have 220 kilos on the bar here for our Tunisian lifter. Moved excellently. And yep, 3 white lights. Getting that first squat out the way is always such a confidence boost for the lifter. We have Lars from Czech here with a 225 kilo opener with only 1 year of competing under his belt.
Come on now, Czechia. In this category we have 2 groups. It is the first group with 93 kilo junior. And just after, of course, we have the second group.
Wow, you couldn't have asked for it to be much deeper than that, really. No question there. Yeah, it's 3 white lights. We have Thomas Delamore of New Zealand here with a 240 kilo opener. Only 7.5 kilos below his current squat PB.
Team New Zealand. That's Rory Lynch's voice you hear on the sidelines.
Rory looking very professional with his clipboard there.
Yeah, he's well researched when he does his scouting, that's for sure. Right down to he collects the body weights and knows your lot numbers. He's ready to play.
From Italy, and Rico Baden. 245 kilo. The bar is ready for you.
We have Enrico of Italy here with a 245 kilo opener. Only 5 kilos below his current squat PB. Lovely and deep there. And yep, the referees liked it. That's 3 white lights. We keep 245 kilos on the bar for Emad.
Next lifter from Canada, Jonathan from Canada.
that's 3 white lights.
Next lifter Assel from Canada. 255 kilos.
We have Jonathan from Canada now, opening with 255 kilos on the bar.
Three whites and it's good.
It looked good.
Back-to-back Team Canada here in the 93 juniors.
And 65 kilos.
265 for Nelson here. Curtis Nelson from Canada. He is very pumped up. And 3 white lights. Everyone has got their opener in, which we love to see.
And that's just 7.5 kilo below his personal best. Take a look at the standings after the first run of squats. Now this is a reminder, this is flight 1. This is the lower half of the nominations in the 93 kilo juniors. Upper half coming in the next flight.
We have 227.5 kilos on the bar here for Zerai. Very high bar.
Yeah, that's very high bar, right at the base of his neck.
3 white lights.
In Tunisia, I've seen a few lifters on that national team at these world championships.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few of them floating around the hotel. We have 237.5 kilos on the bar here for Lars from Czech.
Whoa,
Yeah,
talk about depth.
he's been able to maintain that depth, you know, as it gets heavier, so it's really fantastic. A lot of lifters, you know, as they get more hesitant with heavier weights, can sometimes start to cut depth, so it's really good to see someone use, I guess, their full range of motion there.
No cutting by that gentleman.
We have 252.5 kilos here for Thomas Delamore of New Zealand.
Next lifter from Argentina.
Thomas Delamore weighing a little bit lighter than usual.
Three white lights. It looked a little bit heavy, but you know, he got it done.
Yeah, 12.5 kilo jump and a 5 kilo personal best. Probably a much smaller jump to his third.
We have Rivadera here with 252.5 kilos on the bar for Team Argentina. And this is currently 12 kilos above his squat PB, which looks like it perhaps was a national record.
Deadlift, the white class, and sister from Belgium. Ivanalist from Belgium, 255 kilos. The vice ready for you, Ivanalist.
We have Imad here with Team Belgium with 255 kilos on the bar. Quite a tall 93.
Whoa, I thought it was over.
Yeah, it's a big fight.
He came back for round 2.
He still has one more shot at that, or if obviously he chooses to go up. I'm not sure if that would be the right call, perhaps, in this particular situation.
Yeah, it depends how much he thinks he emptied the tank there.
We have Enrico Privato here of Italy with 260 kilos on the bar, 10 kilos above his current squat PB.
You see the coach on the sidelines, hand on his head. It is stressful.
This is a 15 kilo jump from his opener. And he's good for it.
Yeah, when you take those 15 kilo jumps, you never know how it's going to go. Maybe domestically there's not as many variables.
We have Jonathan from Team Canada here with a 265 kilo load on the bar, 2.5 kilos above his current PB.
Three whites and he's good.
We're not seeing too many misses in this fight, which is...
I was just about to say, a pretty high success rate. National teams have adjusted.
It's a great time for it.
Especially when, with a flight that's 8 lifters deep, the turnaround's going to be pretty quick. So you got to adjust the weight you're going to put on your lifter's back. There's not going to be a lot of time to recuperate.
Absolutely. We have Curtis Nelson of Canada here with 270 kilos on the bar, nearing his current squat PB. It's a strong walkout.
Little helicoptering on the way up, but he gets it.
I think perhaps his right hip not sinking quite as low as his left there, which is why he may have got the red on our side.
So the right hip might be a little tighter. Might also be why he started helicoptering a little bit. And this happens when lifters have one hip tighter than the other. Depth is lower and higher depending on the side. Sometimes you get the helicopter motion going.
Heading into the third squats, we are leading with Curtis Nelson. With the 270 squat, we still have the second flight of lifters after this, of course, of the rest of the junior 93s.
And the second flight encompasses the upper half of the nominations.
We have Zerai here with 232.5 kilos on the bar. And he looks like he fought through it. Are the referees happy? Yes, they are. And that is 3 for 3 for Zerai from Tunisia, with a considerable amount of kilos on his current PB. Coming up to the bar now, we have Lars of Czech with 247.5 kilos on the bar, 10 kilo jump from his second attempt.
still below his personal best. Whoa, that is so deep. And whoa. I think he had the rack command before he started falling forward. Maybe he didn't?
I'm not too sure there. His feet stayed stationary. It caught me off guard every time to see him squat that deep, really.
And he went so deep, it's almost, that's kind of what throws him off balance.
This is Imad from Belgium with 255 kilos on the bar. He's taking it again. He just missed out on his second on strength. He fights, but it's not quite there for him today. Can't say he didn't try, though. We have Thomas Delamore from New Zealand with 260 kilos on the bar, a 7.5 kilo jump from his second, and quite a bit above his current squat PB.
Oh, pitch forward a little, but he's strong enough to fight it out. Listen, he got pulled out of position and decided, I'm not giving up on this.
And he seemed extremely happy with that, so he should be. That was a fantastic fight.
And that's what happens when the fight comes and you don't give up on yourself. Hits depth, and he is pitched forward. Still completes the lift.
We have Rivadera coming on now from Argentina with 262.5 kilos on the bar.
Oh.
Fighting a little too heavy today. Good catch from the spotters there.
Yeah, the spotters are on point. And as the weight classes get heavier, inevitably the weights get heavier. And it gets harder and harder because the weight comes down so quick, so heavy into your hands.
Yeah, and they really have to be focused. They're here all day, you know, with their eyes on the bar.
You can't take your foot off the gas, your hands off the steering wheel.
Absolutely. We have Jonathan from Canada here with 270 kilos on the bar, a 5 kilo jump from his second attempt. He fights through, he keeps it moving. He seems happy, and so are the refs. That's 3 white lights.
3 white lights. Next in there with the second.
Does he stick his tongue out, or did I make that up?
I think he does a little bit, yeah. Just past his mouth guard there. We have Privato of Italy here with 270 kilos on the bar, a 10 kilo jump, and 20 kilos above his current squat PB. That's a considerable amount.
Yeah, he's covered some serious ground, opening with 245.
He fights, and just a little bit too heavy there today.
Walking off a little bit funny.
Perhaps tweaking something in the squat there. I think he shifted back a little bit there, lost his position. We have Curtis Nelson of Canada now with 275 kilos for his last attempt and the last attempt of this first flight of lifters. He is pumped up.
Yeah.
second group.
Yeah, he's ready. We're here. Let's go.
This category 93
And well said, it is the IPF World Championships.
Adopting quite a wide stance there with this squat. Oh, he pushes through it, and he stands it up, and he gets the lift. I was a little worried there, but the referee seemed happy with it, and that's what counts.
Yeah, that looked actually a lot better in the replays.
Yeah, I think they get a slightly better angle than we do at the booth here there.
That will wrap up the squats of flight 1. However, we move directly into flight 2, which is the upper half of the 93 kilo nominations, where we have Rico Baden of Team France coming in the #1 nomination, James Adcock, Britain's own, as well as Shane Nutt from the USA. It is a close three-way battle at the top that is likely to come down to the very last deadlift. If you've seen the 83 kilo battle, expect something very similar here as we get underway with John Wartell, 245 kilos.
I think it's safe to say that we've all been looking forward to this class this week.
And I think it's also safe to say your team, Adcock.
It would be rude to say on a live stream.
245.
Yes.
3 whites.
Isaac Asperuta.
8 lifters
Sabar is ready for you.
in this flight. And we are going to move pretty quickly with only 8 lifters. Again, the national teams are going to have to adjust. That's not a lot of time to recuperate when you're starting hitting big weights. I was talking to Coco Clement, who will be lifting later on in the 105s today. He said that was one of the mistakes he made in South Africa. Isaac from Norway, 247.5. And it's good. When you don't adjust your weights and you cluster too much towards the top end, you fatigue rather quickly. If you don't have a lot of time to recuperate, lower your opener and then take some bigger jumps towards the end. Makes things a little more dicey, a little more of an all-in proposition on your thirds, but sometimes that's the way it goes. All your competitors have to do the same in Rastum. 260 representing Norway.
Next lifter from USA.
Benjamin has hit 278 previously, indicating a record of some sort, likely a Norwegian record back home.
If you look across the score sheet here as well, there really isn't a massive difference in the numbers going up for openers here.
Yeah, this is a very tight pack. You know, I mentioned the top big 3. Whoa, that was quick, blink and you miss it. I mentioned the big 3, but you're right. This is a very competitive field all the way through in this top end flight. Not a big spread at all.
265 kilos Sabar. Sabar is running for you. Alexander.
265 kilos for Alexander representing USA. He has hit 291.
Just waiting for Alexander to come out. Here he is, striding out with confidence.
Whoa, something happened because he called for them to take it. Oh, I thought it might be an injury of some sort. That's a little bit weird.
A little worrying.
He's hit.
His opener.
He's hit much more. previously.
Seemed to just get a little bit stuck on the way up there.
And he's hit 291 and now it's 265. That's, yeah, we see what happens. He's got 2 more attempts, and Shane Nutt, 275. Shane is amongst the big 3 vying for the 93 kilo junior title.
Well, he looked very, very good under that.
He looks over and smiles. Take a look at this. You even see in the replay, we made eye contact for a second there. I got to mind, they can actually hear what I'm saying sometimes when it's quiet, and they'll find me later.
It's a magical moment.
That's a magical moment we'll keep forever. James Adcock, 275 as well. James, Team Great Britain. James weighed in slightly more than Shane. Ty will go to the lighter man if it comes down to that. Oh my goodness. Look at the expression on his face. Like he had just walked out to get the morning paper, checked his phone.
It's his bread and butter.
Coffee in hand.
Really, really a great squat.
Here comes Rico Baden.
A big crowd of French people here.
277.5. Rico has hit 300.5. And I talked to him earlier. He's expecting to blow his old numbers out of the water.
Weighing just a little bit more than James there.
Yeah, he's a big 93. Look at the size of this man. Wow.
No question on depth there, I don't think.
Again, the facial expressions on these gentlemen.
They're professionals. They got to come out, do the opener. They know they've got that any day of the week, and that's what an opener should be.
And 282.5, Yu Long Lee from Sweden. Nominated 5th. Wow. Oh my goodness.
We're seeing some real depth today. Got to go home and rethink my squat.
Yeah, that was a humbling opening round of squatting already. A look at the squat standings thus far. Yu Long Lee from Sweden in the lead. Rico Baden of France in second, and Curtis Nelson of Canada in third, followed by Shane Nutt and James Adcock. This is early days. Expect a lot of shake-up to come. But if we're judging by bar speed in the effort put forth, very difficult to read. They're all very close. John Wartell of the Netherlands, 255, jumping 10 kilo.
I believe the current world record is the same for the juniors as it is for the opens, which is 331 kilos.
Look it. We were talking earlier, the squat world record held by a legend, John Hack. Put a pin in that. I'll tell you what legend holds this record. 255. Have you heard of Anatoly Novopismani? 2021 multiple-time world champion, 2021 best lifter at the World Championships.
I think I may have heard his name once or twice.
Once or twice.
Come on, Isaac.
260 kilos for Isaac Asperud of Norway. Wow, he makes easy work of that.
And he seems very, very pleased with it as well.
Good work,
Did get
good
a
lift
yellow
for
from
you.
the centre ref there.
Oh, she's saying sorry, good lift.
3 white
You're
flags
looking for an
you.
infraction.
3 white
We had our
flags
eyes
for
glued
you.
on the screen there,
Yeah,
see
wow.
what went wrong.
You're looking hard. Alexander Alarte Hood of the USA missed 265. Now this miss was peculiar. He descended, say take it. I thought he might have been injured with the intensity that he said, that the urgency almost in his voice, but it might have been a misgroove, and he thought, if I continue, I could catch an injury. Now,
Sorry, no lift, 2-1.
Just on depth there, I think perhaps a bit nervous from the first attempt.
yeah, that's exactly it. Something he felt in the hole, and if he felt something happen in the hole, now he's going to be hesitant to drop into the hole. We'll have to see what he does with his third. Benjamin Rastum of Norway, 275, 15 kilo jump in his second. Operating just 3 kilos below his personal best. Oh, wow. 3 white lights.
Next lifter from USA, 290 kilos. The barber is running. Now it is a fight for the podium in squat.
USA Shane Nutt,
Lifter,
15 kilo jump.
We start with USA. Charlotte,
Shane
second with his second attempt.
moved up to the 93s, was able to eat his way into the class. Weighed in at 92 kilos, did not have to cut. He's going to be feeling strong. Wow, that's a beautiful squat.
Looking good. And like you said before, there's really only a few kilos between the top 4 in these squats here.
Yeah, 5 kilos separate 4 lifters in the squat event. We promised you a tight battle. We weren't lying.
Eyes running.
Rico Baden, 292.5. If he's got to fight for one of these reps, he boxed at the French Nationals. If the fight comes, he's good for it. 292.5. Whoa! And that was all types of deep. That was all types of deep.
2-1, good lift.
Not according to the left ref there, but I don't think there was an issue with depth from where we were sat.
Wow, you're not getting much deeper than that.
Some people were just quite hard to please.
292.5 for Yu Long Lee of Sweden, matching his personal best.
He is ready. Wow.
Whoa!
You were saying you couldn't ask for more depth. I think perhaps he gave a little bit more.
Yeah, wow. The last call frightened him a little. And all of the big guns are hitting. 295 loaded for James Adcock, the pride of Great Britain. Always so calm, cool, and collected. Some people hit the platform so riled up. Another individual who grew into the 93s just recently, ate himself in, feels nice and big in the 93s.
Smile there.
Allows himself a small smile.
Only a small one.
And struts off the platform.
Fantastic.
When James was an 83, he was underperforming by cutting so much, decided to abandon the 83s, eat his way into the 93s in the best possible decision he could have made for his powerlifting career. Now here he is, vying for the 93 kilo junior world title. Relinquished by our own Gavin Aiden, who aged out of the juniors and entered into the open. A look at the squat standings now as they stand. James Adcock takes the lead. Yu Long Lee following closely behind with Rico Baden out on body weight behind Yu Long.
It is incredibly close, and it's only going to stay like that.
Well, Shane Nutt in fourth is only 2.5 kilo off of Rico and Yu Long. Still too close to call. John Wartell of Netherlands, 262.5.
It's a fight, but he fights through it. There we go. That is 3 for 3.
And now for the next lifter. He needs his lift. He lost his first and the second attempt to play.
Yeah, he battles through the sticking point, never allowing his chest to bow. And Alexander facing elimination, 265. Again, I'm not sure what he's facing. You never know the background stories because he's full well capable of 265. He's hit well over this previously. So whatever he's dealing with, you got to feel for him, but he's got one more shot. That was depth. All right, well.
We'll have to wait and see, but... And there we go, that's all he needs. He has a squat on the board and he's back in the game. I'm sure he feels extremely relieved right now.
Yeah.
Probably somewhat frustrated that, you know, he couldn't quite get that on the first.
I'm not sure what was happening. Something definitely happened on the initial attempt.
Yeah, well, it looked like strength from the first one, but clearly it wasn't.
Isaac Asperud, 270, representing Norway. We're in the final round of squats. And Isaac looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best. Nicely done.
Smile from Isaac there. And a big embrace with the coach.
Benjamin Rastum of Norway, 280 kilos, 5 kilo jump, 2 kilo personal best. And if that record in Norway is still his, this is a Norwegian squat record as well, should he hit it. Oh.
He hit the hole quite hard there.
Yeah. Sometimes you try to dive bomb it in, get a little rebound momentum, but you lose a lot of tension. bang, and he fires past the hole and comes up out of it, but when gravity takes back a hold of that weight, Shane Nutt, 300 kilos even, 295.5 was his previous personal best.
Let's see if you get a smile this time round.
Like somebody's jealous. That looks good. Oh,
He's
yeah.
nodding. He knows he has that.
He knows he has that. 3 white lights.
Strutting off. He's very happy with himself, and so he should be.
And the good thing about attempt selection like that, he didn't have to empty the tank. That was effort, but obviously not max effort if he's shaking his head like that halfway through. Got plenty of gas in the tank for a big pull, and he has a big pull. Yu Long Lee of Sweden, 300 kilo even as well. Yu weighing slightly less than Shane, so tie will go to him, should he hit it. And he does. And just like Shane, it looks like he's got a little extra gas in the tank.
Some fist bumps in the air there.
If we're looking at the prognosis, the battle of 3 is the battle of 4, as Yu Long is establishing himself amongst the giants. In the prognosis, all of these lifters are all in the 770s. Rico Baden of France, 302.5.
Very, very exciting time from this pedal. Come on, Cross, come on.
Looking very calm under the bar.
So tight. When he locks up.
Yeah, he's pushing through it.
When he locks up and creates that tension, my goodness.
Oh, unfortunately, the referees just didn't think it was quite deep enough.
Not deep enough for referee.
Just checking the screen
The
here.
last attack squat is for Rostam with a segue. Somebody's
As
Borderline
the
call.
lifters get bigger, it gets a little harder to tell sometimes.
James Adcock of Great Britain, 302.5, looking to assume control of the squat event. He is currently in the bronze medal position for squats and can quickly snatch that gold and set the tone for the day. You know, that's what he'd like to do. Oh, wow. And still the expression on his face doesn't change. And Great Britain in the crowd is going nuts as James Adcock smokes a 302.5 kilo squat. James netting the gold. Yu Long Lee having emerged as a threat and joining the top 3, forcing into a conversation of the top 4, takes the silver. Shane Nutt not far behind, just on body weight, taking the bronze. And Rico Baden just outside of the podium with 292.5, but definitely still in the picture for the total. Don't go anywhere. We will take a short 10-minute break and join us back with the bench press.
Welcome back to the IPF World Powerlifting Championships in Istanbul, Turkey. We are currently about to witness live the men's sub-junior and junior 93 kg bench press. My name is Gavin Naden, former 93 kg junior world champion, and I am joined by my best friend, Amelia Potter here.
Hey Gav, what's up? So just a quick recap of the sub-juniors here. We have in first place, currently leading with a 282 kilo squat. He broke the record twice during that session. We have Malik from France. We then have following Jordi from the Netherlands and Ville from Finland. We're seeing some big numbers here, and I expect to see the same on bench, as you know, Team France look like they have a big opening bench here as well. So I'm looking forward to it, and we'll see how we get on with it.
I'm looking forward to it as long as they don't bench anything more than I did.
Holding on to your youth here.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what I'm doing.
And the first up we have here is Jean-Pierre from South Africa with 85 kilos on the bar. Just waiting, here he comes. So with the first attempts, we just really want to see something that they could do any day of the week.
Yeah, especially at a world championship, this is not the time to go for broke, especially too early on. You really, really need to make sure you are putting your points on the scoreboard.
Just like that, a lovely, easy opener and 3 white lights. That is what you want to see from an opener. We have Taisai of Japan now with 100 kilos on the bar. This will be his last year as a sub-junior, as he is age 18. He is opening with his current bench press record of 100 kilos. He just clipped the bar. A good catch from the spotters. And that's 2-1. So that is a good lift.
Yeah, no, that looks good. I can't help but notice the famous style of these Japanese lifters when they bench press. They all have like such a similar style.
It's very nice to see.
Yeah, they just maximize their leverages through technique. It's really beautiful to watch.
We have Axel here opening with 110 kilos from Mexico. He had a little bit of struggle with his squats, standing up straight, but he managed to get one on the board, and that's all that matters. Here he goes for his opener of bench. I'm sure he's much happier with that. 3 white lights.
Yeah, and these guys are young, man. It takes time to learn not only your body, what you're capable of, but also learn kind of what traveling does to you, what international competition pressure does to you. This is a world championship after all, right, Amelia? So there's a lot of other factors that come in, and the more that they do this kind of stuff, the better they'll get at, I don't want to say predicting, but yeah, I guess it's predicting their success on the platform and obviously choosing a strategy that's going to work in a long run.
Absolutely. We've got Hanula here from Finland, opening at 115 kilos, 5 kilos below his current best.
A little bit of a struggle.
It did look a little bit hard, but that could be nerves. That is 3 white lights for him now. We have Jing Yi of Singapore here with an opener of 115 kilos. taking his time with his setup. Very important. He's got plenty of time on the clock, 30 seconds. That looks like a lovely opener.
Great opener, and it looks like he's also got a phenomenal handling there. So he's in good hands.
Bar is loaded for Kotaro Harada from Japan, 115 kilos.
We have Kotaro of Japan here with 115 kilos as his opener. Only at age 16, competing for 1 year. Some incredibly strong sub-juniors we have today.
I can't even imagine traveling like this to compete like this at 16.
Arm's a little shaky, but it didn't look slow. That's a good lift.
No, it did not. Although I will say, though, with this style, although it can be very efficient, there does seem to be a very harsh drop-off point.
We've seen it before. We have Philip of South Africa now, opening with 120 kilos. Okay, that was a good lift. A little slow, but that doesn't mean it was hard. Some people just have lifts that move a little bit slower.
Very true.
So we'll see how his second moves and maybe the jump that he makes. Everyone thus far, you know, getting a number on the board for bench. We have Mehmet from Belgium now, opening with 130 kilos. Very strong. Yep, 3 white lights. Sub-juniors looking good for their first benches here. Don't want to speak too soon.
Yeah, you know, let's pull it back a little bit. All right, we don't need to be jinxing anybody. Okay, don't pull a Ryan on me.
I like to be optimistic. Perhaps when Ryan and I commentate.
The road to hell is paved in good intentions, my friend.
I'll see you there. We have Julius from Finland now, opening with 147.5 kilos on the bar.
I love this kid's energy because I was watching the squats, and I guess one of his friends, one of his teammates was squatting, and he was out here in the crowd. Despite competing, he was out here in the crowd, the loudest one in the room, and I love that.
We'd love to see it. Interesting to see him enter the bench through the back.
Very true.
I think maybe something went wrong there. See if he comes back out for that second, and hopefully, you know, once the nerves settle down, come back and grab it.
Yeah, I did notice him touching his shoulder as he was exiting the platform. It's possible that maybe he's been dealing with something in his shoulder, and his labrum bicep tendon could be, but hopefully it doesn't stop him from hitting his second.
Absolutely. We've got Jordi from the Netherlands here with an 160 kilo opener. And, you know, on top of that, Gav, you know, when something is so specific with their technique, the slightest thing can go wrong, and it can really mess it up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That is a lovely opener.
Good lift.
Something very exciting coming up next. We have a lifter from France who is benching 195 kilos, which I believe is nearing, if not around, the sub-junior world record.
195.
Yeah, I believe so.
World sub-junior bench press record.
This is a world record attempt on his opener, I believe. There's just some discussions going between the ref and the coach from France here.
1 minute.
And they've reset the clock.
Bar is loaded for Mali. 195 world sub-junior bench press record.
So the current bench press world record is at 193 kg. We have Malik taking 195.
And that moved like an opener, not like a world record.
Does it with ease.
Interesting enough, you know, France opting again not to take the chip, and you know he's so far from at this point. Perhaps they just feel like they don't need it.
Yeah, it's very possible. Although, to be completely honest with you, it's only half a kilo. You might as well take the chip, right? And it can only serve to your benefit, really, right? But again, these are things that you learn as you go. When I was a younger lifter, I mean, I'm only on like year 3 or 4, but even then, it wasn't until this year that I actually started even thinking about that stuff when it came to strategy.
Absolutely, that all comes with time. The core strength is clearly there. And that was Jean-Pierre with 90 kilos for his second attempt. And that is a good lift. We now have 110 kilos on the bar. Team Japan, I believe. I think the name of the wrong lifter perhaps is up, so they've just paused for some technical issues, I believe. He's just stepping back. And here he is, Mitsuoka of Japan, 110 kilos. A slight disturbance there, but he's right back into it. Not quite there, perhaps distracted with what happened beforehand.
Not too sure what happened there. He kind of remained laying on the bench there, and the head judge had to get him to get up. And then when he got up, he kind of seemed like he was stumbling. Maybe it's very possible. Maybe he lost some air and he passed out briefly. That's tough to tell.
I suppose we'll see what he does for his third. We've got Axel of Mexico here, 117.5 kilos on the bar. Arms coming up at slightly different speeds there, but they came up, and you know, it's a good lift.
Yeah, as long as there's no down up.
We have Hanula of Finland here with 120 kilos on the bar to match his bench press personal record. Certainly looked good from here. That's a good lift. We have Jingyi of Singapore here with 120 kilos. I believe he's the only Team Singapore here representing. So it's great to see him here. Just shy of his current record of 122.5 kilos.
Did you know that the world record was overturned?
So it just found out that the world record that was just recently set was in fact overturned. To get more information on that later, but it does look like it will be taken again for a second attempt. And given how easy it was for that first round, I think you should have no problem getting that again.
Yep, I mean, he's certainly good for strength. We have Kitaro of Japan here with 122.5 kilos on the bar.
So just to end, we found out from the jury that it turns out the lifter who had set the world record, whose lift was overturned because they found his butt had come up off the bench, and that, unfortunately, that cannot happen.
That is a good second attempt from Kitaro, and the referees agree. Yep, hopefully, you know, that lifter can come out again and just keep his bum down. The strength is clearly there and not an issue, and he has a second attempt to go for it, still to get that world record.
That is definitely the benefit of being super, super strong and being able to take the world record for your first attempt, because now you have two other opportunities to do it in the case that you miss it.
We have Philip of South Africa here with 125 kilos on the bar. Very particular setup. It's a little difficult, but there's still more in the tank, I think. Maybe a couple more kilos. It's a good lift.
Yeah, and especially on bench, I think going up by 2.5 is usually pretty standard, especially because it can be so variable.
So it is dangerous, you know, for potentially our French athlete here to not get the bench in here, because he also has broken 2 squat records today and he has the potential to lose those. So it'll be very interesting to see how he does in his second attempt. That was Mehmet of Belgium with 137.5 kilos, 2-1.
Followed by 50 Jones.
You have Lenkila of Finland here going to take 147.5 kilos again. He didn't quite get it on his first, so hoping to hit it on his second. And that looked a lot better. Let's see what the referees have to say.
Yeah, that was a night and day difference. I mean,
absolutely. A nice little bow to the audience from him there.
Yeah, absolutely smoked it.
We have Great Britain's Finley Jones here with a second attempt of 150 kilos, 10 kilos above his current best. Three white lights. It's fantastic to see. 5 kilos on the bar.
It's a pretty strong second attempt, especially considering he went up 7.5 kg.
Moved very, very well. I believe he would. Just need to watch for the bum to stay down short as there.
Now, before he puts it in, what do you think he's going to go up? Because that was very easy. What do you think he's going to take next?
Well, you've got to assume 195 is always going to be the opener, and there were going to be perhaps some bigger jumps. So they could either go to their assumed second, or somewhere in between there and their third. Perhaps there might even be, you know, a 10 kilo jump at this point.
Yeah, I'm going to call 202.5.
The fly. And he grinds it up with a shriek. And that is a good lift. So Mitsuoka of Japan here with 110 kilos on the bar. He just missed it on his second, and he stayed on the bench for a little while afterwards, so we're not sure if it was an injury or what that could have been. So let's see how he gets on here. Might just be a little bit too heavy for him today.
Yeah, again, that 10 kilo jump is tough. And as we mentioned before, again, as awesome as that technique can be to use, where you're maximizing your leverages, unfortunately, there is this harsh drop off.
Absolutely. We have Axel of Mexico here with a 120 kilo third attempt, which is 5 kilos above his current best. There's a little bit of a sticking point, but he pushes through it. He looks at the board. Yep, he's happy. 3 white lights with that. 5 kilos above his current best. With a 2.25 kilo jump from his second. So perhaps nearing his top end here. This is his current best. And yep, 3 white lights. I think that was the right call for him today, maybe the most he had in him. And a good lift. We have Hanula of Finland now with 125 kilos on the bar. and just a little bit too heavy for him today. He will stick with 120 kilos, which is a matched PB. We now have coming to the platform Katara of Japan with 130 kilos on the platform. Equal 7.5 kilo jumps each time, 5 kilos below his current best. Oh, I did not think he was going to push through that. That was a fantastic fight.
Very
And
impressive.
as 2 to 1, he gets it. That was fantastic. One arm came up at a time. His body was working on different time zones. And it was a fantastic attempt.
I'm going to use that from now on.
Yeah. We have Philip from South Africa with 130 kilos, a matched bench press PB. Just a little bit too much there. He will stay with 125 kilos. We have Mehmet from Belgium here with 142 kilos on the bar. He is fired up. And where else but the World Championships to get so? He tried, but the weight was a little bit too much for him today. Just 2.5 kilos above his current best there, he attempted. Finley Jones from Great Britain now with 155 kilos on the bar, a nice, safe 5 kilo jump, 15 kilos above his current best. Very controlled bench. And it looked like a good third. And it was. That's 3 white lights for Finley Jones of Great Britain. Lankila of Finland now with 155 kilos still on the bar. He's fired up, he's getting into his position of behind the bench to enter. That is a good lift. He seems very pleased with that. We have Jordi of the Netherlands here with 172.5 kilos on the bar. 2.5 kilos above his current best. As you can probably hear, Team Netherlands is standing right behind me.
They're amped up, baby. They're amped up.
They are ready. His team seem to think he has it. Does he?
Indeed, he does. Let's see.
Did he jump the command there? No, 3 white lights. Fantastic.
That's it, baby.
I think he's quite chuffed with that. Now we have the final and heaviest bench of the flight, and he's going to try to break his own record, and he's chipping it with 200.5 kilos on the bar. We have Malik. He seems in the zone.
You know, I'm a little upset because my guess was 202.5. I was a little off.
Perhaps the safer bet for today. I know there'll be a lot more to come from him in the future.
Perhaps, I
He'll
think
be
so.
entering the juniors next year.
I mean, and he is getting the chip here, which it doesn't look like he'll probably end up really needing to podium.
Oh, and that was fantastic. I mean, he could have gone for your guess there and easily smoked it.
Yeah, he must have heard me on the live stream, and he said, you know what, I'm going to make Gavin look like a fool, and I'm going to go in with 200.
That's my goal too.
Is that, yeah?
So that is wrapping up the sub-junior bench, and ending with that we have Mali with 200.5 kilos in the lead, followed by Geordie from the Netherlands and Finley Jones from Great Britain. Thank you. Don't go.
And we are moving right along to the 93 kilo junior class, where Zaraya, Tunisia, representing Tunisia, will open with 115 kilos. This is flight 1, comprised of Group B, which is the bottom half of the nominations. Thomas Delamore of New Zealand, 127.5 kilos for his opening bench.
Now, we'll see if we have any 93K juniors who dare to break my world record in the bench press of 215 kg. I don't know, Ryan.
It'll
We'll
be
see.
bittersweet. It's ironic you'll be the one calling it if it happens.
Yeah, you know what? I am probably going to have to, I'm going to cry in the corner, I think.
And Zaraya, who hit his opener, opting not to come out for his second and third benches, and that means a short flight of 14 quickly becomes 7, and the turnarounds being that much quicker. Adrian Rivadera, 145, representing Argentina. 3 whites. Three whites by Hammock. 155 for Hammock. We're moving quickly in the first flight of the 93 kilo juniors. And he makes easy work of it.
Easy work in that beautifully exclusive all-black SBD singlet.
So exclusive, you can't get your hands on one.
Actually, I paid $400 US recently for a
Ah.
rare medium. Yeah, I know. But you know what? It's a collector's item, okay?
Okay.
Watch, they're gonna watch them drop in all black one like next month.
Jonathan Assel Stein of Canada, 157.5 for his opening bench. Three weights.
Rico Baden from Italy.
Rope.
Bar is loaded 100.
Little butt lift there, but so quick the judges didn't see it. Enrico Bravado of Italy, 160 on the bar for him. I actually got a bench session in with Enrico earlier this week. Hopefully he doesn't let me down in bench right now. Nicely done.
Good boy. From Canada, 170 kilos. Bar is loaded for Curtis.
Fired up for his bench opener, 170. 2.5 kilo below his personal best.
Second attempt, you have Thomas Gilmore from New Zealand, 132.5 kilos.
Thomas Delamore of New Zealand will kick us off for the second round of benching in the 93 kilo juniors. Again, quick reminder, this is flight one. There's two flights. The top half of the nominations are in the next flight to come. It'll begin immediately after this flight ends with no break. Rory Lynch, New Zealand's coach. And sometimes commentator in the booth.
Wow, really strong second attempt for Thomas.
Good play. Next wicket, Roman Junior, Axel of Riverdale, 152.5. Bar is loaded.
Adrian Rivadera, representing Argentina, 152.5.
Good play. Our next attempt, Rastum from Czech Republic, 155. Bar is loaded.
Luke Lars of Czechia, 155 on the bar for his second attempt. 3 white lights, it's a good lift.
From Belgium, 162.5. Bar is loaded.
Gavin, as you are the world record holder in the bench press, can you walk us through your setup?
My setup. Well, it's funny enough. My setup actually kind of changes prep to prep. It evolves, and it's very malleable. But at the time, long story short, I try to really, really focus on tension in my upper back, my glutes, my hamstrings, and then obviously on the concentric portion of the movement, when I'm pressing, I want to focus on having tension in my quads. But I'd set up no differently than most people who have shorter arms, kind of like a huskier build. I really don't get much of an arch because I don't have that kind of T-spine mobility. So for me, it's really just about digging in my traps, getting a grip width just outside of shoulder width, and making sure that I'm really, really bending that barbell as I bring it into my chest. Now, I don't bench that way anymore, but that's how I was doing it back then.
3 tips of advice from a world record holder and Jonathan, 165, representing Canada. $167.5 by Provato of Italy.
Good move.
7.5 more kilos towards his total.
Curtis Nelson from Canada. Now attempts 175 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Curtis Nelson of Canada, 175 kilos. Two and a half kilos over his previous personal best, and this is a bit of a scrap, Gavin.
Wow. It's really difficult to fight on the bench press.
I think his butt might have came up during that fight, though.
Let's take a look. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I say might have. The yellow cards were up, so.
You know, I'm going to be honest. I actually never knew that that was a thing. Like the blue, the yellow. I didn't know that that indicated something specific about like a red light.
And there's a look at the standings after 2 rounds of benching. Again, a reminder, we have 1 more flight to go in the junior 93s. We have 1 more attempt at the bench here. And we will move right into flight 2 with no break. Flight 2 encompassing the top half of the nominations. And while I have a moment, a shout out to our sponsors, Alico, who supplies all of the equipment you see on the platform, including the platform itself. Same equipment we have in the warm-up room, as well as SPD sponsors many of the individuals and even national teams. And of course, hosting Sheffield in March 2023. Thomas Delamore of New Zealand, 137.5, 5-kilo jump.
Rolling. Our next event, Rico Baden. From Argentina.
Despite the 5-kilo jump, which for some might be a bit too much, he crushed it.
Adrian Rivadera of Argentina, 157.5, 5-kilo jump. Coming into the competition, his previous competition best was 147.5. Looking to walk away with a 10-kilo competition best. The bar started coming back down. The head ref said to take it. And that's to the lifter's benefit. You can let him grind out when you're the head ref, knowing that's not going to pass. You're going to empty the tank. Lars from Czechia, 162.5. 7.5 kilo jump, 2.5 kilo personal best. Should he hit it? Wow.
Rolling. Mohammed from Belgium, 167.5, followed by Jonathan.
Imad Hamic of Belgium, 167.5. Well, too much today.
Jonathan Assel from Canada, 170 kilos, followed by Rico Baden. Wartell for Jonathan.
Jonathan attempting 170 kilos representing Canada. Looking to go 3 for 3. This will be a personal best for Jonathan. But that his butt raised to do it. One of the refs thought so. It was Enrico Provato of Italy, 170, and I see the jury approaching the score table. I think that bench is going to get overturned, and you can clearly see his butt did rise. Enrico pressed it out. And yes, Jonathan from Canada's 170 final bench is overturned. A no lift, his butt rose. $175 for Curtis Nelson. Missed this on his second, looking to retake it on his third. After this, we will go right into the second flight. look at the bench, the standings as is, and we're moving right into the second flight of the junior 93s. Gavin, I know you were watching that squat session.
I was loving that squat session. Yeah, and to be honest with you, I'm super stoked to see how these guys stack up, especially as they're building their subtotal. As we've discussed before, especially in previous sessions, that subtotal is so important, especially when you are competing and you're just within a few kilo of each other when it comes down to the final finish.
James Adcock finished with squat gold, but is opening this flight on bench. Phenomenal squatter. Has a big deadlift, but his bench, more of a middle of the pack. It's the event that his competitors can gain some ground on him. Benjamin Rastum of Norway, 165. Rastum handles it easily.
I am very curious to see that it does look like there may be 3 or 4 lifters here in our lineup who could potentially threaten my world record bench press. All of them opening with 180 kg or more, but I guess only time will tell.
I'm going to ask you a quick question in a second, but Shane Nutt, 167.5 for his opening bench. Again, Shane in a bit of the similar proposition as James Adcock. Phenomenal squat, phenomenal deadlift, middle of the pack bench. He might lose a little bit of ground. Makes easy work of it. Do you remember your opening weight, even the range of when you hit that 250?
Yeah, so I had opened at, in pounds, it was 451 or 452, which I believe comes out to 205, I want to say, or 202 and a half.
451 is 205.
Yeah, 205, and then I jumped straight to 215.
Okay.
Took that, and then I tried to hit what I had hit previously in competition, which was 485, which I believe is 220, and I did not get that on my third at Worlds.
And John Wartell of Netherlands, 172.5 for his opening bench. So if they were pacing like you, they would need to hit 205 by their second, and 185 to 205 seems like an awfully big jump, and 185 is our biggest opener. So I don't think we're going to see an attempt doing
Don't get my
reverse
hopes
math.
up, buddy. Don't get my hopes up too soon, all right? I want the best for these lifters, but
3 white lights, and he's on the board. Rico Baden of France, 180 kilos. Wow, he makes easy work of that.
yeah, now I wonder what Rico's strategy is going to be, being that on his third attempt in squats, although he hit it, he did miss it on depth, I believe. And so I wonder if he's going to have to try and make up ground in the bench, or if he's going to stay consistent with the game plan and then maybe save that for deadlifts.
Unlike Shane and James, he's a little more evened out. So his bench is bigger. However, his deadlift is a little bit smaller, less of a specialist. And Isaac makes easy work of 180.
That was almost a little too easy.
Yeah, that was downright leisurely.
I definitely think he could, for sure, push a 5 to 10 kilo jump there for a second.
Alexander coming out to 185. Alexander struggled in the squat event. Took 3 attempts to get 265 on the board when he had previously hit 291 in competition.
Now, I did go to the back after squats finished, and I spoke to him, and he said, dude, man, all I care about, I am gunning for it, is the gold in the bench press. And he looked me in the eyes when he said it, and I believe him.
Good lift, 2-1.
2-to-1 good lift. That yellow is butt rows. Not a great, you can't really super see if both sides it goes up. In 185 by Yu Long from Sweden.
Yeah, but it does look like Alex is going to have some competition for that gold in the bench press.
For second attempt, you have James Adcock from Great Britain, 162.5, followed by Benjamin
Great Britain's James Adcock, 162 and a half. And that is how the bench after one round appears.
Ball is loaded for James.
James taking a 7.5 kilo jump. 2.5 kilos below his previous personal best.
Good lift.
3 white lights.
Benjamin Rastum from Norway, 172.5 kilos, followed by Shane Nutt. Bar is loaded for Rastum.
172.5 kilos loaded for Benjamin Rostam of Norway. Inching closer to personal best territory for Benjamin.
Very fast descent.
Good lift.
Loses a little bit of tension in the bottom as a result.
From the United States, 175 kilos, followed by John Wartell. Bar is loaded for Shane.
Team USA's Shane Nutt, 175 kilos. I spoke to Shane in the back after the squat session. Hit a big personal best 300 kilo squat despite the huge international travel, several time zones. He told me, you know what, I thought I had a lot more in the tank. He feels fresh.
Yeah, well, for a second attempt on bench with 175, a significant jump from an opener that still moved pretty well. So,
And that ties his previous personal best as well. So his personal best now just a second attempt.
yeah, and honestly, it might be for the best that he saved some room for deadlifts when it came to those squats.
177.5, John Wartell of Netherlands.
Good.
2-1, it's good.
2-1. Next lifter from Norway, Isaac Asper, 187.5 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Isaac Asperud of Norway, 187.5. 7.5 kilo jump, 5 kilos below his previous personal best. Isaac got a relatively close grip.
Good play. Next lifter from France, Rico Baden, 192.5 kilos. Bar is loaded for Richmond.
Rico Baden, 192.5 kilos. Slow controlled descent, but makes it easy work of it on the way up.
Good play.
And he picks up a casual 12.5 kilos.
That's huge, man. That is going to play big going into deadlifts. I mean, that is a massive lead. And they move pretty well. If they make a smart choice going into his third, he could really, really be able to deal some damage.
Covering some ground in the bench press event. Alexander representing US, 192.5. He says he wants the bench press gold. He's got to chase down Lee of Sweden.
We say good play.
3 whites as he pops up off the bench and struts off the platform. How many kilos do you think he's putting on for his third attempt?
I think he's going to put on whatever it takes to get to get bench gold.
Problem is he's got to put in his attempt before Yu Long Lee does.
That's right. Unlike the deadlift, he will not get a second opportunity to change it.
Yeah, no change attempt, so he's somewhat flying blind when he does it. 195.
Or maybe if he just
Long.
asks, does it looks good?
Good play.
2-1. Yeah, maybe if he just asks Lee's coach what he's going to put in for his third, they'll tell him. They'll let him know.
A peek at the standings after 2 rounds of bench press. Yu Long Lee maintaining the lead over Alexander of the US by 2.5 kilo, with Rico just behind Alexander on body weight. James Adcock, 167.5. This is a 2.5 kilo personal best. Three whites. He goes 3 for 3 in the bench press. And if we look at the prognosis, only 5 kilos separates the top 4 lifters. That is an awfully tight race, Gavin.
Yeah, but this is what breeds success, man. You need stacked competition, and it truly is a blessing. I'm sure these guys are all growing exponentially because of it, and I'm sure that this is just the start of it.
Shane Nutt of the US, 177.5 for his third and final bench. 2.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. Shane, just like James Adcock, picking up a 2.5 kilo personal best, going 3 for 3 in the bench event. Both of them, so far, 6 for 6.
That's what wins championships, man. You got to go and get as many points on the board as possible. Going 9 for 9 is ideal.
Benjamin Rastum of Norway, 177.5. 5 kilo jump from his second attempt. Two to one, it's a good lift. And John Wartell of the Netherlands, 180 kilos for his third and final bench. 2.5 kilo jump from his second.
And I think it would be a 2.5 kilo PR for him as well, so I hope he crushes this.
Wow, his work, but he pressed it out. An excellent attempt selection by the coaches on the Netherlands team. Would not have got another kilo out of him. Isaac, 192.5, representing Norway. Wow. Long way up, 3 for 3 in the bench event.
Richmond Baden from France, 197.5 kilos. Alexander from the United States.
Rico Baden, 197.5 kilos for his third and final bench. Second attempt matched his previous personal best, 192.5. If he's going to make a run for the title, he's going to need these 5 kilos. Even to maintain position on the podium, he might need these kilos. Wow, Gavin, he might have had 200 in him.
Dude, I definitely think he had 200 in him. But you know what's interesting? From the unrack all the way down to touching his chest, it looks so shaky. It looks like he's struggling to control it when really this whole time he's got it completely under control. He's got all the power in the world. And like I said, I definitely do think he would have had 200. But that still was a 5 kilo jump. I think right now it's more about maintenance mode. Let's build a subtotal. Let's not take too many risks because obviously every kilo counts in this situation.
Yeah, Rico unfortunately left the squat event, having missed his third squat due to depth. Team France, not wanting to leave the bench event without 3 benches in. And you're right, sometimes when you miss a squat, you got to be a little more conservative come the bench. And Alexander, 200 kilos even. This will move him into the gold medal with 1 lifter left to go. And it's good. Alexander currently in the bench press gold, and that was his goal, but there's 1 more lifter to go. Yu Long Lee of Sweden, 200 kilos even. And you know Alexander is at the monitors in the warm-up room watching this very closely. For Lee, it's bigger than the bench gold. He needs these kilos for the total. He's chasing an overall world record. Oh, and he locks it out. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1, it's good. And Alexander, in the prognosis, actually leading the charge, and then the subtotal also leading the charge. You have to take this with a grain of salt. His deadlift opener is 290. Now deadlift openers notoriously have changed. Young Lee with the gold, Alexander with the silver, and Rico Baden picking up the bronze. Overall, Yulong Lee in the lead, and we're going to take a short 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with the deadlift event and the dramatic conclusion of the sub-junior and junior 93 kilo classes.
and welcome back to the IPF World Powerlifting Championships in Istanbul, Turkey. Up next, we have the deadlift, the men's sub-junior and junior 93 kg deadlift session. Could not be more excited. My name is Gavin Aiden, former 93 kg junior world champion, and I am accompanied by my good friend Amelia Potter. But first, real quick, based on subtotal going to the sub-junior session, we have Malik in first from Team France. We have Jordy from Team Netherlands in second. And we have Finley Jones from Team Great Britain in third.
Yeah, it seems like first and second seem quite secure, but there'll be a definite fight for the podium for third during this deadlift.
Yeah, and there always is. This is a world championship. This is what these athletes have come to do.
First up, we have Jean-Pierre from South Africa with 145 kilos on the bar.
Bar is loaded for Jean-Pierre Blum from South Africa. Good lift.
That is a good lift.
Next to Kotaro Harada from Japan, 190 kilos.
We have Harada from Japan opening with 190 kilos on the bar.
Bar is loaded for Kotaro.
Taking his time, but he's coming up on about 10 seconds left.
Good lift.
That is a good lift. Getting this first deadlift on is so important. It secures the total for the lifters.
Yeah, absolutely. It can also set you up well, depending on what your goal is, whether or not you're trying to rank in the discipline or if you are trying to podium overall.
We have Mitsuoka of Japan here, opening on a nice round 200 kilos.
Good lift.
That is a good lift. He had to work a little for it, but nothing too difficult. We have Philip from South Africa coming up now with 215 kilos on the bar for his opener. 15 kilos below his current best. As a good lift, he kind of looked like he was straining a bit in his face, like it felt a little bit difficult, but it's a lot of weight on the bar.
Yeah, also could just be the nature of conventional. You know, sometimes it can be really, really difficult to get speed with the conventional pull. So even if it moves slow, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a strength issue. It just means that this kind of just the nature of the movement.
Absolutely. Now we have 217.5 kilos on the bar for Axel of Mexico. And before I can even finish saying it, he finished the lift with 3 white lights. Coming up now, Mehmet from Belgium with a 230 kilo opener. With just 1 year of competing under his belt. And that was 3 white lights.
Really strong pull. One thing you might want to watch out for is the balance when it comes to the sumo deadlift. A lot of lifters tend to just get pitched forward, you know, and so either it'll force them to miss the down command, or they'll get the down command, but then they'll fall forward, and sometimes the judges will just interpret that as them missing it. So just something to watch out for.
Hanula of Finland now opening with 240 kilos on the bar. That looked like a nice opener for him, and yep, 3 white lights, good lift.
Next lifter from Great Britain, Finley Jones. The bar is ready for you.
We now have Finley Jones of Great Britain, 252.5 kilos on the bar, just 5 kilos below his current best.
Yes, you see, good lift.
3 white lights. A nice looking deadlift there.
Julius Lankila.
Lankila of Finland now 260 kilos on the bar for his first attempt.
Come on, Julius.
He looks pretty confident, giving a smile to everyone on the platform.
Yeah, this man's just filled with energy, and
He
I
is
love
happy
it.
to be here. And it moved very, very well. And 3 white lights. We've seen a few times this championships, people struggling to lock out completely, getting their shoulders back. So you need to make sure that you're fully locked out.
Yeah, it's tough. Sometimes you have to kind of over-exaggerate the lockdown.
Yeah.
That's when you see people kind of lean back. The only downside is if you lean back too much, it can force your knees to no longer be in a locked position, which you would get red lighted for.
So we have Malik here with 275 kilos. I believe that was for the World Sub-Junior total record, which before was 752.5 kilos.
Next lifter from Netherlands, Jean-Pierre The bar is ready for you. Come on, Jordi.
Jordi of the Netherlands, 277.5 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt.
He will be definitely the silver medalist total.
The enthusiasm has not dropped off at all from Jordi. Fantastic.
Yes, silver medalist total for you.
They get almost as hype as your team, Great Britain.
You must wait, but
Team
somebody
Netherlands, they almost get as hype as you guys. Almost.
Almost.
The bar is ready for the next lifter, Singapore.
We now have Jing Yi from Singapore opening on 280 kilos as his opener. It should be noted the current record for the sub-junior is 310 kilos. So perhaps we might see a stab at that today. Would be exciting.
Just after Yi will start the second.
That was a lovely pull.
Yeah, very, very technically efficient.
Did not look hard. Perhaps we will see him stab at that record later on today.
Jean-Pierre Blum.
And we are heading into the second attempts. Everyone got their openers in, which we love to see. Everyone's secured a total there.
And deadlift is the one movement where bigger jumps are warranted. I think bigger jumps are more reasonable. Whereas, for example, in the bench press, it can be a bit more risky and definitely more challenging to take those big jumps.
We have Jean-Pierre of South Africa jumping to 170 kilos.
Next lifter, Japan.
So a 25 kilo jump. And he looked good for it.
Yes, good lift for you. 3 white lights.
3 white
Next lifter,
lights.
Japan. 205 kilos.
Kotaro of Japan with 205 kilos on the bar for his second attempt, just 5 kilos below his current best.
The bar is ready for you. Kotaro Arada, Japan. Next lifter, also Japan.
Took his time with the setup there and pulled through,
Good lift.
got the lift.
Time for you. Next lifter, Japan.
Yeah, and Amelia, would you mind reminding us, for the deadlift specifically, what command does he need before timing out? Is it the down command? I think it's the down command.
It is, yeah, it is the down command. We have Mitsuoka of Japan here opening, 210 for his second attempt. And that is a good lift.
Next lifter, South Africa. Philippe Kotze. 232 kilos.
We have Philip of South Africa here with 222.5 kilos on the bar for his second attempt.
The bar is ready for you. Philippe, South Africa, next lifter, Mexico.
I did think, it was a little hard last time. Maybe a bit too heavy today. He has the opportunity to come back out and give that a go. He has pulled heavier than that before. We have Axel of Mexico coming up next, 232 kilos on the bar for his second attempt.
The bar is ready for you. Come on, Axel.
Great pull.
Fantastic, and that is a good lift. A big thumbs up from Axel there as he leaves the platform. Followed by Hanula of Finland with 250 kilos on the bar, a nice 10 kilo jump, and 2.5 kilos below his current best. Getting himself in the perfect position. Seemed like a good jump. Yep, 3 white lights. Mehmet from Belgium with 250 kilos on the bar. This is a match PB. He is very hyped.
Yeah, I'm almost positive he'll be able to get this, despite it being a 20 kilo jump.
And you're right, that didn't slow down at all for him. Do you think he's happy?
You know, I don't know. I can't really tell.
I wish he'd tell us.
Now we start the fight.
Followed by Finley Jones of Great Britain with 265 kilos on the bar, a 12 kilo jump,
Come on, Finley Jones, 265 kilos.
and 7 kilos above his current PB.
Takes the bronze medal position in total.
Finley seems to be one of these lifters where, you know, even if it's moving slowly, it doesn't particularly look too difficult. You know, 3 white lights, still good lift. I think he's still got a fair amount of kilos in him there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes up 5 to 7.5.
We have Lenkila of Finland here with 272.5 kilos on the bar.
Who takes the bronze medal position in total. Big fight between these two men.
And he's got a smile on his face. Yep.
That's it, baby. The ox from Finland.
It looks like Philip from South Africa won't be coming out for a third. We have Malik now from France going to break the total record which he broke on his opener deadlift to extend that even further.
Yeah, and it seems like he's just having a ball today, man. I mean, he is so far ahead of the competition right now. It'd be really difficult for them to catch up to him. So now it's all just about having fun.
Absolutely. He seems extremely happy with his performance, and so he should be. He's broken a handful of records today in squat and bench, and now total. We now have Geordie from the Netherlands with 292.5 kilos on the bar for his second attempt, 12 kilos above his current best. Already competing for 3 years at the age of 17, so some good years under his belt. Well, he really fought for it, but a little too hard. Maybe he'll come back out and give it another shot. Followed now by Jing Yi of Singapore with 295 kilos on the bar. His first was very quick. Let's see how 15 kilos affects his deadlift. He is in the zone and ready.
Now, I do have a feeling that if this flies, like really does move fast, there's no reason why he may not attempt that world record deadlift of 310.
Absolutely, he has nothing to lose by going for it. Wow, what absolute grit to keep pulling on that. Unfortunately
that was close,
not.
man. That was close. I wonder if he had wedged his hips just a little bit more, if it would have been a little bit easier off the ground. But still, that was a great fight.
Absolutely. Just that initial pull off the floor must have taken so much out of him. So maybe he'll come back, give it another go, perhaps get in the best position for it. And that currently leaves us with Malik from France in first still, followed by Geordie from Netherlands and Julius from Finland, going into the final deadlift attempts.
Yeah, I mean, and it looks like Jing Yi could potentially maybe pull in to podium, and so could Finley Jones. Really is going to kind of depend on how things are going for them. Jones especially, because he did hit his second attempt successfully. Although the jump for his third is actually pretty big. It's 12.5 kg, it looks like. So,
And that was 180 kilos in the bar for Jean-Pierre, and it is a good lift.
3 white lines for you. Deadlifter Chapter. Mitsuoka Casey.
Yes, like you said, I think Finley Jones perhaps aiming for that podium spot, coming for the Netherlands place there.
yeah, he's just 3 kilo away, actually a little less. Yeah, so there's no reason why. I mean, look, this is the world stage. You know, this is the time to do that.
We got Mitsuoka of Japan now with 220 kilos for his final attempt. He's made equal 10 kilo jumps each time. It was a very good fight, but just a bit too much today for Mitsuoka of Japan.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why he didn't go 215. That would have been a middle ground and still would have secured a 2.5 kg PR for him, unless maybe he's hit 220 in training. So
I think perhaps he was looking for the 500 total
yes,
there
potentially.
and had nothing to lose. We have Kotaro of Japan here with 220 kilos on the bar. Good patience and just not quite there.
Deadlifter from Mexico, Axel.
We now have Axel of Mexico jumping to 240 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump, and 10 kilos above his current personal best.
The bar is ready for you. Come on, Axel.
Seems to not have decided his grip that he wanted to take. But he pushes through, he keeps fighting.
Wow.
Wow! What resilience. Wow, he is happy with that, and so he should be. I think he just did the John Cena, you can't see me, right at the end there.
That is an 18-year-old for you.
But that's amazing, you know, considering he came on, he went mixed grip, overhand, back to mixed grip, and fought through, and got it. And we did see him.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily uncommon, especially among hook grip lifters. If your thumb tears, actually it becomes like nearly impossible to pull. So sometimes mid-competition, they'll actually have to switch to mixed grip. I'm not sure if that's exactly what happened with him, but it is something that happens. And as a lifter, you have to be prepared for it.
Absolutely. Hanula of Finland now with 255 kilos for his last. A nice 5 kilo jump, nothing too big. And he pulls that through. 3 white lights, a fist pump to the air. He seems pretty pleased with that. That was 2.5 kilos above his current PB.
Next lifter from Great Britain.
Followed by Finley Jones of Great Britain with 277.5 kilos. I believe he's fighting for podium spot here.
Great Britain, 277.5 kilos. The bar is ready. He forced the bronze medal position in total. Of course, for the moment. Come on, Finley.
He's geared up. He knows what this pull means.
This could put him on the podium.
And he pulls through. Can he hold on? He can.
Wow.
And the referees say 3 white lights. I think he's quite happy with that.
The only question is, will it be enough to keep him there?
There are yet a few deadlifts to go. Let's see if he can hold on to that.
This was a silver medal in deadlift. The man is ready for you.
This is 282.5 kilos on the bar from Mehmet from Belgium. And he put everything he had into it. I don't think he's disappointed. He knew that he had nothing left in the tank. It was a big 32.5 kilo jump from his second though. We have Lankila of Finland now with 285 kilos.
The man is ready. Yes, it is.
Here he comes, pumped up as he has been the entire competition. He really does look like he's enjoying himself, which you love to see.
Moving between Finland and Rastum. Come on, Finland.
And it's moving. Can he lock it out? Let's see what the referees have to say. 2-1, he gets it.
Now, this has just moved him into the silver position for the deadlift and into the bronze position for the total. Now, there are still 3 lifters to go, but so far, he's moved himself up on the rankings.
I would like to note as well that the French lifter has put in for the deadlift record at 310.5 kilos. And that'll be coming up in 2 lifters' time. First we have Geordie from the Netherlands, 292.5 kilos. He just missed it on the last. Let's see if he can get it now. He's fighting. Not quite there for him today.
Next lifter from Singapore was the bronze medal position in total. In the deadlift, sorry. Bronze medal.
This is for Jing Yi, which will bring him into current gold deadlift position, and this is 295 kilos on the bar. Jing Yi from Singapore. Just lost grip there. A little bit too much for today. Surprising, the 280 moved so well on the opener. We have now 310.5 kilos on the bar from Malik from France. He went for a squat record, he got it. He went for a bench record, he got it. He went for an open total record, sub-junior total record, and he got it. And now he wants the full house with the deadlift record. Will he get it?
Malik Riore Bertuzzi, world champion and world total Rico.
Wow. So close. Regardless, this is still an extremely impressive performance by a sub-junior, totaling close to 800 kilo. That's
Absolutely
amazing.
incredible. He went 3 for 4 out of all the records that he could have grabbed there, which is incredible. That has left us with the sub-junior scores being Malik in first for France with 775, Geordie for the Netherlands in second, and bronze being taken by Lankila of Finland. We're going straight into the junior 93s now, so don't go anywhere.
Ryan, six-pack lap it out, picking up with the junior 93s, accompanied in the booth by none other than former world champion junior 93, Gavin Aiden. We're going to have 2 flights. The first flight will be the bottom half of the nominations, and the second flight will be the top half of the nominations.
This category, junior, junior. The first lifter is from Canada, Nelson Curtis. The bar is ready for
And
you.
Curtis Nelson with 262.5 kilos.
Yes.
Solidifies his total, Gavin.
Indeed it does. Indeed it
Next
does.
lifter from Netherlands, 265 kilos. Thomas Delamore. The bar is ready for you.
New Zealand's Thomas Delamore, 265 for his opening pull.
Yes.
3 white lights, and he's on the board. And remind me, what was your total when you won Junior Worlds as a 93?
845 kg, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, I had squat 683, so I think that's 310. We had bench the 215, and then we finished with like a 705 pull, which is like 317.5, I think, or something around there. 320 maybe.
265 by Hamich of Belgium.
Good lift, 3 white lights, next lifter from Canada. Jonathan Masavich, 270 kilo bar loaded. Canada. Come on,
Jonathan opening with 270. Three white lights and it's good.
Next lifter, 280 kilo from Argentina. Adrian Rivera, Argentina. The bar is ready for you.
Adrian Rivadera of Argentina, 280 kilos for his opening pull.
Good lift, 3 white line for you. Next lifter from Italy with the subway. The bar is ready for you, Enrico Bravato.
280 kilos for Pravado of Italy.
Yeah, good lift, thank you. Next lift up,
These guys
Czechia,
are crushing it on their openers.
Lars Czechia
Now he's ready for you,
up
Rastum.
next with 282.5. Nicely done.
Yes, good lift for you. Next lift up from Tunisia. Tunisia. Next lifter from Tunisia, 295 kilos. The bar is ready for you, Elias Zerai. Elias Zerai. Come on, please, Tunisia.
Elise from Tunisia, 295.
Yes, good lead. 2 to 1. Be careful. 2 to 1. But good lead. Next lifter, Canada. Nelson Turkey.
A peek at where we're at with the deadlifts so far. But take this with a grain of salt. Not only is it the openers, we also have another flight that'll have all of the upper half of the nominations.
The 5 ready for you, Canada. Curtis Johnston, Canada.
Curtis Nelson of Canada, 267.5 on the bar for him.
Good lead. A1 flag for you. Next lifter, New Zealand. 277.5. Bar is ready for you. Come on, go.
Thomas Delamore, 277.5 kilos for his opening pull. Pardon me, his second pull.
Not bad for 12.5 kg.
Definitely worked though.
Good lift.
Kind of a jump do you think he'll take for his third?
I think he's going to go up 2.5. He just beat his personal best by 7.5, which is phenomenal. And I'd say a nice way to wrap up the day is to go 3 for 3. But then again, he may feel like, you know what? I'm going to get as amped up as humanly possible. I'm going to put on 15 kg. You never know.
277.5 for Homich.
Sorry, Dolly. Not finished. Next lifter from Canada. Jonathan as a time. The bar is ready for you, 280 kilos.
Jonathan of Canada, 280 kilos for his second pull.
Good. Next lifter from Argentina. Adrian Rimadera, 12.22 kilo. Bar is ready for you.
292.5, Adrian Rivadera from Argentina. Comes out of his hands.
Referee. No leave, sir. No leave today. The same way for the next lifter, Italy. The bar is loaded for you, Rico Baden.
And that is a smooth second attempt.
Yeah.
Good name. Hey, white flag. The same bar of Czechia. No, sorry, 295 kilos of Czechia. The bar is loaded for you, Lars Lucas.
295 for Lars of Czechia. 5 kilo personal best if he can hit it. And he does.
Go deep.
3 whites.
Next lifter. From Tunisia, 305 kilos. The bar is loaded for you, Elias Rally.
305 loaded for Zeria of
Come on,
Tunisia. Taking a 10 kilo jump and a 10 kilo personal best if he could get it. And wrapping up the second round of deads of flight 1 of the 93 kilo juniors.
Oh. We have another attack. We each championship. Now we start with the third attempt with Canada. Nelson Curtis, 272.5 kilos.
Taking a look at the standings in the deadlift for flight 1. Entering into the final pulls of flight 1, and we will have no break between flight 1 and flight 2. Immediately move into the upper half of the nominations for 93 kilo Junior World Championships.
Nelson Curtis, Canada. Rastum for Rico.
Curtis Nelson, 272.5.
Sorry. Next lifter from Belgium. Ivan Amish, 277.5 kilos.
And 277.5 being loaded for Hamik of Belgium.
Loaded for you, Ivan Amish.
Gavin.
Rastum.
As we get closer and closer to flight 2, what do you think the odds are somebody will beat the total you posted in 2021 Worlds?
For their sake, I hope they do. However, I'm a competitive guy. I'm going to have to go with it. Ain't even going to come close.
Next lifter from Canada, 285 kilos. Jonathan Assel.
285 Jonathan of Canada.
Somebody close it. Come on, Jonathan. Okay, make one drive.
3 white lights, goes 3 for 3 in the deadlift event.
290 kilo, Thomas Doramor.
Thomas Delamore of New Zealand, 290 kilos.
Somebody's floating. Come on, Thomas.
This is going to be savage.
Now, you had thought maybe 2.5 kilos. He went up 12.5. I thought 2.5 kilos as well. I think this is a major ask.
Come on, baby.
Oh, my.
Come on. Yeah, finish it.
Oh, wow. The fact he got it over his knees.
Dude.
We both gave him 2.5, and he went up 12.5.
Yeah. He's going to listen to this and be like, wow, I see how it is.
He had a little more fight than we thought. Adrian Ribadera of Argentina, 292.5. Just comes out of his hands at the knees.
Next lifter, Italy. And Rico Baden, 297.5 kilo.
Just a little bit of cleaning on the bar here. Sometimes the gnarling scratches the skin. You get a little bit of blood, so they disinfect the bar and get it ready for the next lifters. Gives me some time to give a shout out to our sponsors, Alico, who supplied all of the equipment you see on this platform, as well as the equipment in the warm-up room. Alico, kind enough to have housed the IPF World Championships of 2021 at their headquarters in Sweden, the same World Championships where Gavin, you won the 93 kilo World Junior title. I know you've reminded several people at the venue about that.
Oh, have I? I haven't noticed.
That's how you introduce yourself, and that's fine. Enrico Bravado of Italy, 297.5. I love the wiping of the hands to a job well done. And that will conclude my show, ladies and gentlemen.
From Tunisia, 305 kilo.
He's a showman.
.305 loaded. Zare of Tunisia.
These lifters don't know it yet, but every time they compete, they solidify their legacy and they are creating their own brand.
Pretty narrow grip, makes it a little more difficult to get the shoulders back sometimes. Good point.
One more attempt before we dive into the heated battle, the upper half, that 93 kg gold medal spot.
Yeah, it is absolutely stacked. Too close to call. We have 4 individuals neck and neck, not just for the podium, and the podium alone only has 3 spots, but also that world title. One lift away. And we will not be taking any breaks, so don't go anywhere. Oh. A little too heavy.
Now we continue with the second group.
Might have to stand for this next round, though.
Yeah, I might. Now we're gonna move into the flight number 2. The top nominations of the 93s.
257. Okay, we are ready now for Norway. Rastum.
257.5 for Rastum Benjamin.
Now it is for the podium. And we have a very, the bar is ready for you, but the bar has put Norway. And I promise to you a very, very big fight between 4 lifters for the podium. Very, very big fight. Yes,
3 whites and it's good.
Next lifter from the bar is ready. Also from Norway.
Isaac, opening with 260 kilos. Rather high belt. You ever tried that, Gavin?
I have not. Good friend of mine, Lugo, he does that, and he swears by it, but I don't know. It's a little too unconventional for me.
Yeah, Lugo does. There's been a
Lugo's got a
couple
massive
120s. And he does. It's just another place to put the compression and condense it.
It also could probably help with comfort in the starting position, depending on if you pull sumo or conventional, you know, if you're a bigger guy.
That's true, too. Some people opting not to use a belt at all because they feel uncomfortable. Well, perhaps this is a way to still wear a belt, get the compression, but still be able to get down, grab the bar comfortably. And Alexander, 265. Alexander getting the silver medal in bench. Makes easy work at 265.
Sorry, no lift to 1.
Nope. Let's see what happened here.
Next lifter, 280 kilos
I
from
think it's because he
Netherlands.
let go of that bar right at the bottom. Yeah, you got to follow that thing all the way down.
I almost didn't see that. That's
Yeah, you know, it's tricky, man.
gave it
because-
away.
Well,
Literally gave away his attempt. He gave away his attempt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's tough, though, man, because, well, to be honest with you, especially if you pull mixed, you can actually really kind of mess up your hand if you follow that bar too far down. It'll jam back up. Luckily, there's not too much of it. I'm trying to help my boy out here.
I can tell he's an American. You're American. I get it. Let's John pulling 280 from the Netherlands. And that was a smooth pull.
Yes. 3 white flag would be for you. And now it is a fight for the gold medal in total between 4 lifters. With the bar is running, we start with Sweden.
Yulong Lee from Sweden,
From Sweden
290 kilos for his opening pull.
to take
As soon as he hits this, solidifies his total, at least initially, was 790. And that was rather easy, Gavin.
Yeah.
He's kicking off the big 4.
Next lifter for France. Biden Richmond, 300 kilos. to take the silver medal position.
Rico Baden of France.
Yeah, the problem here is just, even looking at our upcoming attempts, Shane and James are the only guys who seem to have those crazy pulls, and who knows how far they can go, and that's gonna carry big for them as it comes down to the wire.
Rico opening with 300 kilos. Rico may not have as big a pull as Nut in Adcock, but he has a serviceable pull.
Yes.
3 weights and it's good.
Good for you. Next lifter from Great Britain, 350 kilos.
James Adcock
Takes the bronze medal position.
took the gold medal in the squat event,
Come on, Chef Adcock.
lost some ground in the bench press event,
Bronze medal
looking to
position.
regain it here in the deadlifts. Opening with 315, and this young man can pull. He's pulled as heavy as 343, and look at that. Sleepwalks through that.
Very, very
Waltzes back,
exciting fight.
casually struts off.
A little scary.
Last lifter for the first attempt from USA. The bar is loading for you. 370.5 kilos.
America's Shane Nutt,
Shandits.
317.5 kilos being loaded for his opening pull. Shane's previous PR is 325.5, but don't believe that's where it is now. I've seen him pull around that for reps.
Position.
Wow.
Bro, I cannot wait.
Yes. Good lift, for you.
We keep making eye contact after he makes his open.
I know. I'm taking him to dinner later because this is.
Now we start with the
Alexander
second attempt with USA.
Up next. And you see the totals here. Shane Nutt, 795. Yu Long, 790. And then Deadlock Rico, 790. Behind one spot on body weight. Not far behind that, James Adcock, 785. But listen to me. James Adcock has pulled 743. He's quickly going to start covering ground on all these individuals. Only Shane Nutt has a pull that can rival, but can it stand up to? We're about to find out. First, 270, for Alexander from US. Had 265. Let it drop from his hands. Gavin suspects because he pulls mixed grip.
There you go.
Good lift, number one.
Still one red from that head judge.
Good lift, number one.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
Next lifter from Norway.
Maybe that. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Not much I can give her there.
275 kilo 1-0.
Isaac Asperud of Norway, 275 for his second attempt.
Everybody's ready for you. Isaac from Norway.
Being a bit of a showman up there, but I tell you what, you got a minute plus your pull. That's your platform, that's your stage, use it.
That's it, my friend. That's advertisement time, okay? That's expensive time. You better make the most of it.
277.5 for Benjamin Rastum of Norway. Benjamin collecting more kilos. 292.5 kilos loaded for John Wartell of the Netherlands.
Rugged for you. Come on, Jean Wartell from Netherlands.
Smooth, consistent pull.
Good lift.
Rewarded with 3 white lights.
And now we got the news of 5 for the gold medal in total.
And Yu Long Lee
Start with Sweden.
pulling 302.5 once he hits this. Nudges himself over the 800 kilo total mark to 802.5. And trying desperately to hold off the charge of the big deadlifters in this division.
Wow.
And that was smooth. He's got room to spare.
Yes, good lift. Gold medal position. That's the France by Deadlift. For the gold medal position for the moment.
Rico Baden of France, 315 for his second pull. Once he hits this, his total will be 805, and Rico, the intensity is starting to rise. Shouting, and the room shouts back. He wants that title, and he's within reach. He could use 15 more kilos. Whoa, wow. That was snappy, Gavin. And he is getting all types of riled up.
Yes, it was, but is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough to push him into the territory he needs to be to solidify that gold spot?
It'll depend how these next couple of lifts go, and that sets me up perfectly. Shane Nutt, 337.5 kilos being loaded, and I told you his PR coming in 325.5. Told you not to believe that, and we're well beyond that. I've seen him take it out for reps. 337.5. Shane is a deadlift monster.
Second place. A big jump for Shane. Come on, USA.
Team USA.
That's it, just like that.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Missed the down command. And it was so fast up to the lockout. Seeing the shoulders are slumped, head slightly tilted forward, and missed it.
yeah, a little tough there.
You know, that's why I was saying, to answer your question, it kind of depends how the rest of the pack plays out. Once we finish our second round, we'll have a more clear picture. And speaking of finishing up our second round, James Adcock of Great Britain coming out to the same weight, 337.5, and has an opportunity to add, well, bump his total up to 807.5.
Device ready for you. Come on, USA.
It will temporarily put him in first position. One more round of pulls to go. But if he could take the lead, and his shoulders started slumping. I wonder if he's going to get that. Oh, he did, 2-1.
2-1.
Take it and run with it, young man. Take a look at this. Shoulders, yoink a little. Got the down command. It is what it is. And we take a look at the total standings. James Adcock takes the lead, but begs the question, how much more does he have? Rico has plenty more, and he's at 805. Yu Long Lee with 802.5. Shane Nutt, 795. Now, how do you feel? With Rico, 2.5 kilos behind, but his pull looked a lot smoother, didn't
His
it?
pull is snappy, but it's very segmented, which means there's a lot of opportunity for form breakdown, for the pull to pull him out of position. All these guys, with the exception of Shane Nutt, pull sumo. As we know, that can open a lot of opportunity, a lot of doors of opportunity for things to kind of get misgrooved or that bar to pull them forward. So really, we'll just have to see how it plays out.
285 by Isaac of Norway. Do you think he's happy with that, Gavin?
I really can't tell. I have no idea.
He's so reserved. They're so reserved in Norway. It's hard to read them.
Yeah.
Next lifter from Norway,
Quiet
also,
folk.
Rastum.
Back-to-back Norwegians, 287.5 for Benjamin Rastum of Norway.
Eight. That is a vice president. Come on, Rastum, Norway.
Oh, just at the lockout, fails.
Next lifter from USA, 195 kilo,
Alexander representing the U.S., 295 loaded for its final pull. The Big Four have their final pulls in, but I suspect we might see some change attempts. They have 2 change attempts for their final pulls. Oh, that right knee locked early, and hopefully he's okay. Looks like he is.
You finished 6.
It looks like Adcock probably has a placeholder 352.5. And Shane Nutt retaking 337.5. That means Shane pulling for gold, but it would depend on Rico and Adcock missing their last attempts. But Shane would be pulling after Rico. There's a lot of pieces in motion. Let's wait until we get there because there could be some more change attempts. 297.5, John from Netherlands.
And just after the big fight for the gold medal.
Oh, wow. That was a nice final pull. 3 white lights. Great way to end your day.
And you finish at the 6th place. And now, the big and very exciting fight for the podium.
So the first of the Big Four are about to go. Yu Long Lee of Sweden, 312.5. This will pull him into the gold medal position with the other 3 still left to come behind him.
The bar is loaded for you.
He needs to hit this, and he needs the others to miss. He's got to do his part.
He knows what's on the line.
312.5. And Yu Long, 3 white lights, pulls himself into the gold medal position.
But now we continue with calls by the English ball, 300.
Now Team Sweden huddles around the monitor in the warm-up room to see who hits, who misses, where do they end up.
Check.
Rico Baden of France, 325. If he hits this, he puts himself in the gold medal position with 2 more lifters left to go.
Exactly right, man.
Here he comes. Oh, wow, the crowd is shouting at him. Standing room only. And there is a bunch of Team France. All the French shooters are out for this one. Wow! If you could bottle this energy. fighting for it. No. And I told you he would fight for his attempts, Gavin.
Indeed you did. Indeed you did.
Rico is the type of guy to go out on his shield, and he gives the crowd, blows them kisses for his appreciation of the energy they gave him. Man, I got goosebumps from that attempt.
Dude,
I haven't seen so many people roll up to the edge, and we have this carted off with a barrier. They're right up to that barrier yelling.
Man, I wish you guys at home watching this could see the crowd. Everyone's on their feet.
That was crazy.
Everyone's raising their voices, trying to make sure that they're supporting every lifter as much as humanly possible, because this is one of the most heated battles of the championship so far. And no wonder, it's the 93s, baby.
Right, there we are. Now Team USA has approached the barrier
Let's go,
to
baby.
cheer on Shane Nutt, 337.5. This will pull him into the gold medal position. Currently resting off of the platform. It's all or nothing for Shane Nutt. It's all come down to the final pull.
Fight for it.
Had it up to his knees. A valiant effort. He will walk away with the silver medal in the deadlift event. One more lifter, and then there was one. And then there was one. The pride of Great Britain, James Adcock, loading 345 kilos to pull for the win. Here he comes. And Great Britain now on their feet and have approached the platform to cheer their champion. Oh! And he will leave with the silver overall in the deadlift gold medal. Up to the knees, that right leg locked a little early. And as you had spoke about earlier, you have to be so technically proficient. And James Adcock taking the gold in the deadlift. Shane Nutt of America taking the silver. And Rico Baden of France taking the bronze, with Yulong Lee just outside of there. But in the total, in a bit of an upset, Yulong Lee of Sweden grabbing the Junior 93 World Championship. James Adcock of Great Britain taking the silver medal, and Rico Baden of France taking the bronze. Shane Nutt of America finishing just off of the platform. And listen, a lot of these men decided we're pulling for gold. Some of their totals have gone down instead of gone up. When you see that, it's because instead of just pulling to top off their total with something they know they could do, they overextended pulling for the gold. Some of them could have pulled for silver, could have pulled for bronze, gold or nothing, Gavin, and I think you're the type of guy who would like that.
Oh, absolutely. You have to be that way. This is a champion's mindset, and to be honest with you, this is a world championship. I don't know what you're doing here if that's not what you're trying to do.
Well said, young man. Rico literally went out on his back because he was pulling to the very last. Don't go anywhere. We have the medal ceremony coming up, and then it is the return of Coco Clement and the 105s. We'll see you then.
Rastum Junior, please quickly. Rastum Junior, please quickly. Okay. Touch it. Okay. Okay, now we start victory ceremony in this category, 93 kilos sub-junior World Championships 2022 in Turkey. In the squat, the bronze medal, Adula Ville from Finland, 240 kilos. The silver medal from Netherlands, Van Entingen Jordi, 257 kilo point 5. And the gold medal in squat is Bernoucy Triolé-Malik from France, 292 kilo, with a new world sub-junior record. Thank you. And now in bench press, the bronze medal is Finley Jones from Great Britain, 155 kilos. Silver medal from Netherlands, Van Janingen Jordi, Netherlands, 172 kilo. And the gold medal in this category for bench press is Marie Bernoucy Triolé from France, 200.5 kilo and a new world sub-junior record. Thank you. And now we continue with deadlift. In bronze medal from Lao Jin-Yi from Singapore. Singapore, 280 kilos. The silver medal, Lankila Julius from Finland, 295 kilos. And the gold medal, Bernoucy Triolé-Malik from France, 292 kilos. Thank you. And now we continue with the total of this World Championships. Bronze medal, Lankila Julius from Finland, 665 kilos. The silver medal, Van Entingen Jordi from Netherlands, 707.5 kilos. And the world champion in this category, sub-junior, 93 kilos, 2022 in Turkey, is Bernoucy Triolé-Malik from France, 775 kilos and a new world sub-junior record in total. And now please everybody stand up. Everybody stand up please. Everybody stand up please for the national anthem of France. Everybody stand up please. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, music please, maestro. Okay. Big applause for the lifter. In this category, Sim Junior, 93 kilos. And we continue the victory ceremony with the junior. Please, all the junior, be ready. We don't remember 16. Please, junior, lifter. 16 lifter. Please quickly, junior, please quickly. We must not be late for the last session. Please, quickly, junior, quickly. It's okay? How many you have? Okay? Music, please. A big applause for the junior 93 kilo category. Remember, we are a very big fight. Okay, we start with squat in this category, 93 kilo junior. Bronze medal, Dutch USA, 300 kilo. USA? Not clear? What's the problem? Bronze medal. The silver medal, Lee Yulong from Sweden. With the same weight, 300 kilo. Big fight in squat because between the first and the third place, only 2 kilo. And the gold medal, Adcock from Great Britain. 302.5 kilo. Thank you. In bench press, bronze medal, Baden Richemont from France. 197.5 kilos. Silver medal from USA, Olartehoud Alexander, 200 kilos. And this, with the same weight but not the same body weight. Gold medal, Lee Yulong from Sweden, 200 kilos. The same is squat, only 2 kilos between third and first place. Thank you. Deadlift. The bronze medal, Baden from France. 315 kilos. Silver medal, no chain from USA, 370 kilo per pound. 17 kilo per pound. And the gold medal for Great Britain, Agdon James, 337.5 kilo. Very, very big lift. And he's only junior, remember. Thank you. And now is a podium for the total. Bronze medal, Biden Richmond, France, 805 kilos. Silver medal, Adcock, Great Britain, 807.5 kilos. And remember, after a big, big fight, the world champion in this category, 93 kilo junior 2022, is Lee Yulong from Sweden. 812 kilo point 5. Okay, now everybody stand up for national anthem from Sweden. Everybody stand up, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now music, please. Big applause for this very, very strong lifter. And thank you for the very, very big fight, for the podium and for the total. Thank you very much, Mr. And now next session is 100 kilo and 5.